Testicles.
Okay, baby. Here we are.
We have the clicker for the TV.
The remote?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here. I already turned it down.
Okay.
So low that it doesn't get picked up.
Okay. All the other chat thingies are down.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust this little nut real quick. On the microphone stand.
I often have to adjust my nut as well. I want to make something pretty because the world is so ugly.
Okay, baby. You gonna change the stuff we already got, or are you just going to open up a new area and make something pretty there?
It depends. You're looking on it on the laptop too.
Yeah, I just figured I'd set it up in case we wanted to switch at some point. Things up and ready to go. Sorry. La la. So should I start reading here, baby? Should we just try to go into that, or was there anything you wanted to talk about first?
I don't think so.
Okie dokie. So just read.
I guess so. I need something to anchor my brain because it's so disconfoculated with rage and whatnot.
Okay. Do we still got that that bookmark around here?
Yeah, it's in that drawer with the oils. Is that my Pavlov's?
It is. I'll be right back, wife. It's time for that to turn the oven off, at least.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take too long for those to cool. At least enough to take them out of the oven so they're not all fucked up.
Mm.
Okay. That out the way. Got this thing. Remember where we left off, baby?
I did a couple minutes ago, but I'm drawing a blank now.
Glaucon and Adamantis
Talking random ass bullshit.
have challenged Socrates because they want to hear a good discussion. They've set up a premise following Thrasymachus's bullshit that injustice is more profitable than justice. And Socrates, not knowing how to proceed, says, let's look at a city and then for justice, and then if we can find it, then we can find it in an individual. And if we build a city from scratch, we should be able to see where justice and injustice develop. So Socrates and them, they developed a city, and then Glaucon opens his mouth and goes, that's the city of necessity, of health, is not enough. There's got to be luxury and things like that. Now things are getting real complicated. Oh, and then they talked about we're going to need guardians of the city now, because the other city did its best to avoid war. This one, it doesn't have enough land, so it's going to have to go to war with its neighbors. And for there to be the best kind of guardians, they're going to need to be trained. And now they're discussing on how is the best to train the guardians, and they talked about we can't tell, we're going to have to raise them. Because it starts off with kids, and we can't be telling them bullshit stories.
Gotcha.
Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I look at something on the
All those things fell again.
on the OBS's wife.
Okay.
Did you just hit Alt Tab real quick? Okay.
Why is the mic going when we're not talking? See how loud that shit is? What the hell?
That's what I'm curious about. Maybe it's because this turned itself off. That seems worse. Ugh.
Oh, didn't you put some sort of music? You put the music through the mic or something?
It should have been.
And now it just stops? And now it goes again. Oh my god. I miss the times when people could only just fucking talk to each other. I think it's the game or something.
Should only be that. I don't think it is. I tapped it right there.
I thought either the music or the game you had put on.
Unless it's coming in through. Let's see here. If we turn this off, see what happens. It was that.
Was what?
It was the heater. Looks good to me.
I don't understand. I just breathed and it didn't show. Nothing showed up. But
because that I have that noise gate and stuff on, that those low level things should not affect it. It's got to be above a certain level. But maybe there's extra wind pressure there. Maybe it's shaking the table. I could feel the vibration on the ground. But I think it was just blowing this way, and I don't know, air coming up and fucking with it. But fixed now. So there we go. Our first duty, then, it seems, is to set watch over the makers of stories, to select very beautiful stories they make, and reject any that are not beautiful. Then we shall persuade nurses and mothers to tell the selected stories to the children. Thus will they shape their souls with stories far more than they can shape their bodies with their hands. But we shall have to throw away most of the stories they tell now. What kind do you mean? In the big stories we can discern the little. From both big and little must bear the same form, and have the same effect. Do you not agree? I do, he said. But I don't see any more what you mean by the big stories. Though, as I said, that Hesiod and Homer and the other poets have told us. For surely they have composed untrue stories, and have told and do tell them to men. But what kind do you mean? And what fault do you find in them? A fault, I said, that deserves immediate and emphatic condemnation, especially if the untrue have no beauty in it. If the untruth have no beauty in it. What is that? When any man, in describing the character of gods and heroes, does it badly, like an artist whose drawing is absolutely unlike the things he wishes to draw. Well, he said, it is certainly right that stories of that kind should be condemned. But what do you mean, and what do you refer? Well, firstly, the poet who told the greatest of falsehoods of the greatest of beings told a falsehood with no beauty in it. When he said that Ouranos did what Hesiod said he did, and that Kronos took vengeance on him. And as for the deeds of Kronos, and what he suffered at his son's hands, even if these stories are true, I think not. I should not think we could so lightly repeat them to the young and foolish.
Wonder what that story was. He speaks like me. That thing that it said. Instead of just saying what it was, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure of the story of Hesiod and Kronos and Ouranos. It were best to be silent about them, or if they had to be told, it should be done under the seal of silence to a few hearers as possible. And after the sacrifice, not of the mythic pig, but some great and almost unprocurable victim, so that very few would hear the story. Yes, he said, those are certainly hard stories. Yes, yes, Adamantus, I said, and stories that are not to be told in our city. We must not let a young man hear that in committing the most awful crimes, or in requiting an unjust father's misdeeds with every conceivable cruelty, he would be doing nothing extraordinary, but only acting like the chiefest and the greatest of the gods. No, certainly not, he said. I too think that inexpedient. I think it inexpedient to tell such stories. And we shall strictly forbid, I said, all the stories of gods making war on or plotting against or fighting other gods. To begin with, they are not true. And besides, those who are to guard our city must think it the most deadly sin to quarrel easily with one another. The fights of the giants and other many and varied strifes of gods and heroes with kinsfolk and friends must not be told them in story or woven in their tapestry.
Can't you learn something from it, though?
It's exposing it, making maybe teach it later, but I think it's kind of along the same principle as when we were talking the other day. Do we want to teach our kids, some of this death stuff?
Yeah.
Should they be exposed to friends turning on friends?
If it's something that they not at an early age, but the stories of those Greek assholes of people turning on people, there are lessons that could have been learned from it. How do you do something better than what these fucking invalids did?
Well, I think he is talking about the very young. I think it starts at 5. You don't want to be telling these stories.
How do you know he's talking about?
I think he said the very young and the foolish. I should not think we could so lightly repeat them to the young and foolish.
Well, how young is young?
I think when we first started talking about this, he said learning these things at the age of 5 or something like that. But if we can in any way find stories to persuade them that no citizen has ever hated another, and that such
That's a
thing.
lie.
Yes. But we're building a theoretical, or they're building a theoretical city where people had done things for each other out of the necessity. So there was no, in this particular case, there is no hatred.
But I thought we've made war already in this theoretical city.
Not yet. We're trying to develop a guardian who could protect this city. So this hasn't happened yet. We're building the requirements for someone.
Oh.
But if we can, in a way, find stories to persuade them that no citizen has ever hated another, and that such a thing is impious, it is these rather that our old men and women must tell to the young children. And when they grow older, the poets must be compelled to make stories for them of a like nature. But the binding of Hera by her son, or the hurling of Hephaestus from heaven by his father, and when his mother was being beaten and he tried to defend her, and all the tales of the battles of the giants that Homer has made, these stories we shall not receive into our city, whether their purport be allegorical or not. For the child is unable to discriminate between what is allegory and what is not. whatever he receives and believes at an early age is apt to become permanent and indelible. For these reasons, perhaps, we must do everything in our power to contrive that the first stories our children are told shall teach virtue in the fairest way. Yes, he said, that seems reasonable. But if anyone were to ask us for examples of these stories, and in what works they were told, how should we reply? I answered, Adamantus, you and I, at this juncture, are not poets, but founders of a city. If the founders ought to know the canons in accordance with which the poets should tell their stories, and which they are not to be allowed to transgress, but they need not themselves compose stories. True, he said. But this is just what I wish to know. What are the canons for stories about the gods? Something like this, I said. If a poet tells of God in epic, lyric, or tragedy, he must surely represent him as he actually is. Yes, he must. But is it not God true? But is not God truly good, or must he not be described as such? Yes,
Why are they talking about God like it's one?
I think it's the translation.
Hmm.
Uh, yes, why do you ask? Well, nothing that is good is harmful, is it? I think not. And does that which is not harmful do harm? Certainly not. And does that which does no harm do any evil? No. Then what? Then would that which does no evil cause any evil? How could it? Well, is the good beneficial? Yes. And does it cause good fortune? Yes. Then the good does not cause all things. It is responsible for the things that are good, but not responsible for the evil? That is certainly true. Nor can God, I say, since he is good, cause all things, as most people say. He is responsible for a few things that happen to men, but for many he is not. For the good things we enjoy are much fewer than the evil. The former we must attribute to none else but God. But for the evil we must find some other cause, not God. That seems to me very true, he said. Then I said, we must have nothing to do with the mistakes of Homer or of any poet who makes the foolish misstatement that, and I think he's quoting a thing. It's one of those little, it's like smaller text and italicized and stuff. I think he's going to quote something. 2 tons of gifts there lie in Zeus's gate, one of them good, one ill, which when Zeus mixes for any man, one while he frolics, one while he mourns. But as for the man who gets no mixture, but only of the second, sad hungry in the abundant earth doth toss him to and fro, nor with the statement that Zeus is to us the giver both of woe and weal. And we shall not praise anyone who says that Zeus and Athene, I think they're supposed to be Athena. I think there's something wrong with, I think it's a typo or something.
It's not just Athens.
As capital Athene.
I mean, it could.
Zeus and Athene were responsible for Pandarus's violation of the oaths and treaties, or that Themis and Zeus caused strife and division among the gods. Nor shall we allow the young to hear the words of Aeschylus when he says, "God send a curse on mortals," when he would utterly destroy a house. But if anyone makes a poem of the suffering of Niobe, as is the play from which those lines are taken, or of the history of the children of Pelops, or of the Trojan War, or any similar story, either he must not be allowed to say that these were the deeds of God, or if he says that, he must find some such explanation as we are now looking for. He must say that God did what was just and good, and the sufferers were benefited by punishment. We must not allow the poet to say that those who were punished were miserable, and that God made them so. But we must allow them to say that the bad were miserable because they needed punishment, and were benefited by being punished at God's hands. We must contend with all our might against the assertion that God, who is good, is the author of evil to any man. No one shall say that in our city, if it is to have good laws, and no one shall hear it, neither young nor old, neither in meter nor without shall it be told. For to tell such things is impious, and they are neither to our advantage nor self-consistent in the telling. I vote with you for this law. I like it, he said. This, then, I said, will be one of our canons concerning the gods, in accordance with which our speakers must speak and our poets compose, namely, that God is not the author of all things, but of the good alone. Yes, that is sufficiently proved.
Is
Well,
it? I don't know how far I'd go agreeing with that.
if they believe in the gods, right? We don't.
Uh huh.
So if there's to be
If God's the creator of everything, he's the creator of good and bad. The origins of good and bad, chaos and order, destruction and creation.
is destruction evil?
Is good the opposite of evil? I said the
No. No.
origins of, and he said good and not the bad or whatever. The origin of evil is destruction. The origin of good is creation. That stuff was already imprinted in the beginning of time.
I think they're trying to find some way to incorporate the explanation of the gods when I think it would be, in their time, I think it would be too blasphemous to not talk about the gods. Uh, and so, yeah, in this particular thing, I think there's a lot of incorrectness, that
Well, that's why I
fallacies,
said
and
I wouldn't go that far. If God created everything, then, or if God created, then He created the ability to destroy.
I think they're also trying to not cause. They're not trying to insert the thing where injustice can come from. Like, if they insert it, then they're the cause of it.
I don't understand.
Um, like when they were talking about merchants and stuff, they didn't go into people wanting more than things are worth. They're just they were still uh, things were fair. They didn't talk about people having different values.
Okay.
Um, so there was still just a simple exchange, and no injustice had occurred. Nobody was said, "Hey, well, I'll do it for this price," and when you get there, oh, it's really this price. Everything was still just simple.
Okay.
And I think they're trying to do something along the same lines. They're trying to keep it simple. They're not interjecting. Uh,
You can't make something simple that's already complicated. And they're talking about the creation of the universe.
yeah, but I don't know.
Okay.
Let's continue on. Well, what of
Did
this?
my question get, or
I don't have a an answer for your question. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing either. Well, what of this for the second? Do you think that God is a magician who, of deliberate purpose, appears in different forms at different times?
well, who's this God? I know you said it's a translation thing, but it's really sounding singular.
I think it is, and they're capitalizing God too. So I think they're not accounting for God's
Who's they?
uh,
So
Soccer.
you're
I think Socrates and Adamantus and Glaucon, as they developed this thing.
they're not accounting for the many gods?
Yeah, so it's either that or a translation error.
Okay.
Because they're
So can
saying,
we slow down for a second?
okay,
I presented that the way it's being written, not just the God, 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 but all the context around the God, sounds singular.
mhm.
So, is it a translation thing? Let's talk about that before.
Okay. They are saying God like the Christian God, and it is
What
singular that
else?
way. That the the uh God is the source of some things, not all the things.
That has nothing to do with the singularness.
What do you
Can
see?
we read it back? Because I can't keep all the shit in my head.
Is there a certain point how
The what you just said.
but if anyone makes a poem of the suffering of Niobe, as is the play from which those lines are taken, or of the history of the children of Pelops, or the Trojan War, or any similar story, either he must not be allowed to say that these were the deeds of God.
That's a bit back.
It's the paragraph before that says, "I vote with you for which is law."
Okay, where did he say God?
He just said, "For these these were the deeds of God."
Well, first of all, you're telling me that they can't get plural right in the translation? Because they did say gods. Can I see that for a second? Because you had just talked about the god shit. Which page are you on?
Here,
Is that the last part that you read before we started talking?
we got to that's where we stop. I vote for this, and that's when we're like, I don't. You're like, I don't agree with that.
Well, this then I said will be one of our canons concerning the gods. And then over here, he must say that God did what was just and good, not the gods, and that God made them so. So what's the difference?
One is God, and the other one is God's.
I mean, if it's a translation error.
I, I don't know why they did that.
So then what leads you to believe that it's a translation error?
Because of some of the stuff we've read, some of the stuff that I've translated, uh, it is
You read
easy.
Roman.
I've done some Greek as well.
You
it's harder.
you're telling me that you took the Greek alphabet and translated it into English.
Yes, and
The Greek alphabet.
yes, wife. And there are endings just like in Latin that give not only give possession, but they give gender, and it gives uh what's the word? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. There are things that it tells you like who is doing the action. it's not like English where it's like this, then this, then this. The action verb can come at the end, and depending on how that ends, it tells you earlier in the sentence who was doing or what was doing the action.
So if it's so specific, how could they take two things that were written differently? Because if they weren't written differently, then we're just reading bullshit right now and nothing matters.
It's a guess. That's I just said it could be. I don't know.
What else could it be?
Maybe they are talking
Is
about.
that upsetting you that I want an alternative?
No, wife. I don't have an answer for you.
So can we think about one before you jump the gun to say I don't know?
I cannot think of right now an alternative than them being wrong in translating. What do you see as what could be why they're referring to God and God?
That they have a fucking God! Isn't it possible? Why isn't that not even considered? They talk about the source and the truth and the blah blah blah, but there's still many gods that came from many gods that came from fucking titans.
From my understanding, there was no singular God, and in the other things that I read, that
now you have more understanding. That there is a book that discerns multiple gods from singular God. We talk about how people translate Greek strange. We spent 2 hours talking about it, not understanding it, but you tell me that you've translated Greek before?
guess what?
You learned how to translate Greek from the same people that learned how to translate Greek? Or that's showing us how they translated Greek?
Yeah. I learned from the same people. I learned that you don't have to go to different sources. Like here is the word, and then you look at several different sources on what people have said that this is the meaning, and then you compile that to figure out what is being said.
How do you translate a symbol that you have never seen before? You get told what it is.
Yes, I trust that alpha and beta and gamma and all those things are the alphabet, and they have a certain correlation to
so then why couldn't you figure out what we were talking about yesterday?
Because it's been a while. If I sat there and took the time, I'm sure that I could, but
so then everything that I was talking about, that they may not have gotten things necessarily right, and you just agreed, and now you're disagreeing.
I don't think so, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember all the stuff from last night.
We talk about it all the time. How there's context.
Okay.
To words that are spoken 2,500 years ago. That people may not understand now.
Okay.
But because you translated it and you trust, now that stuff doesn't apply?
It applies. I mean, I could be wrong as well. I'm guessing.
So then what's the big deal? Everything is a fucking bidipole. What's the big deal of going, they could either be wrong in their translation or right? How could you know No, but not yes. I feel like you're fighting me.
In my many years of looking at that stuff and seeing it, but I've never heard of the Greeks. In this is the only book I've ever seen where they had a reference to a singular god. I've never come across that before, wife.
How many of those books that you translate were about gods?
I don't know. I remember lots
So
of gods.
maybe instead of becoming, you can be. All this accumulation of data, some could be right, some could be wrong, but it's right here, but it's not right here. You're damming up all these fucking possibilities.
Okay, baby.
And in the process, you're closing yourself off to me. You act like you did this translation stuff for a living, like you have thousands of hours of experience.
I was very, I don't know, thousands of hours, but I was very passionate about the Greeks and Roman stuff when I've been doing it since.
You said you were passionate about me too.
Okay.
So don't point out contradictions now. I'm hitting you somewhere that you don't fucking like again.
Yes, wife.
I'm challenging what you think you know. And you fucking hate me for it every single goddamn time. If you agree with some of the things that I say, then it should apply everywhere. No?
Yes, wife. There could very well be a singular god in the Greek stuff that I know nothing about. Shall we read on, or tell me what you think of is going on? Because I all I have is the things that I know that speak to
What's
the contrary.
going on is that you didn't even think that maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right. That you didn't entertain the fact and you defended it with that I've done this before. The same shit that is destroying everything and everyone. I've been a doctor for 10,000 years. I know what I'm doing. Take this fucking vaccine. I'm a fucking this. I got all the fucking information. And you refuse to allow that fucking space to doubt yourself?
I made a mistake. I will try to be more open, wife.
And then you get mad at me because I'm trying to open that fucking gap. You don't see how similar you are to everybody else. All it takes is not being so fucking stubborn.
Maybe that's where I need to practice more, wife. and I shall try to do so.
It affects everything.
Yes, wife.
And everything I say becomes yours because you have the confidence and you have the non-doubting. You let it part of that barrier. And then it becomes yours, and when I contradict what you think it is, you get angry at me, and suddenly the thing you think is yours that came from me is destroyed. So what are we doing?
I don't know, wife.
You chalk up why the government is a piece of shit to everyone, chalk it up to a translation error, just translation error, translation. You talk about understanding the calculus and the fucking synapses, the pathways. This is how you do it.
Okay, wife. So there could be a one God. What does that mean to you?
That it's an option.
Okay. Does that how does that affect your understanding of them?
It changes everything. Because the
How?
basis of their civilization, from what we understand, is a bunch of fucking idiots that came from a bunch of fucking idiots. They're talking about these two things differently. That the gods are selfish and they fight against each other, but God only created good. So tell me how that makes sense. If it's a translation error.
From my understanding, there was often an attempt to separate good deeds and bad deeds that gods have done, because there were times that
So they separate it now with plural and not plural? That the good thing is one singular god and the quarrels is many gods? Just so happens that they split that pie down the middle.
I don't know. They didn't. There were times where they wanted to. They had. There was references to gods that were. I don't remember exactly how, but they were different. If you were talking about when Zeus was doing a good thing, it was different than when they were referring to Zeus when he was doing a bad thing.
They called him something different?
They spelt it slightly different, if I remember correctly, but it's been a long time and I don't remember. I'm going off of a shadow of a memory.
Well, then we can go off of what you do know. Are we saying Zeus here? Did they say Zeus? Or are they saying God and gods?
They are saying God
in the
and
translation.
Well, I would have to look, but in the book they have said God and gods.
And they've also made mention of people specifically.
Yes.
Things to be factored in.
Okay.
Instead of just, I don't know. Just laying it out there again, pushing in a direct. What is it then? Maybe it's not anything except what it is.
Okay.
There's a picture. If you don't close yourself off, then that picture is just drawn.
Okay.
Of what things, the potential, the definites, and it doesn't have to be pushed in a direction.
Okay.
Thing to practice. You say you get the calculus, you say that things start coming to the pictures drawn in your head. This is part of it.
Okay, baby.
The worst thing is when you get upset about stuff that contradicts. I didn't say it right. When we have an agreement and then I call out a contradiction, it hurts. Because we can't travel at the same pace in the same space when it could just push me away. All of a sudden, you just drop me, go, nope. That's the best way that I can describe it.
I need to do a better job of not contradicting myself.
At least follow me when I pick up on it. Make my life easier by just coming with me to see if it is or it isn't. I've got the most unbiased fucking view. You've seen that a million fucking times.
Yes, baby.
If you don't do the I don't know or the quick to say anything that causes a pull in your direction. We're talking about those data packets the other day.
Yes, wife.
Those data packets we've concluded are for the one observing the data, right?
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of inanimate things that do things that cause these data packets.
Mm-hmm.
But there's very few that receive it. We witness the planets crashing together or the dogs fighting.
Okay.
If you are sending a data packet is it the same exact as when you receive it? Are you reading it as well as you are sending it?
I don't understand your question.
When you tell me something, you are sending me a data packet.
Mm-hmm.
Is your data packet for you or for me?
If I'm talking to you, it's for you.
So the way that data packet is how I've interpreted it based on all of the experiences. All of my experiences. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you tell me what that data packet is, or does the data packet tell me what it is?
I would say that the data packet tells you what it is.
Do you tell that data packet what it is, or does that data packet tell you what it is? If sending and receiving,
If I'm the one talking to you, then I should be the one to shape it because I'm the one making it.
but this is incoming and outgoing, right?
I thought I am outgoing because I am.
You are outgoing, but it's also incoming, whatever, in and out. So you've made it. Now it is no longer yours because I interpret it. It is no longer yours. Now you have the opportunity to interpret it. Just because you created that data packet, it is different, right? It's the data being received and data being sent are viewed from different perspectives. You have the viewer and sender
Okay.
are two different entities.
Uh-huh.
If you are sending it, you're not the viewer. You may be the creator, but you're not the viewer.
Yes.
You're watching something go from inside to outside.
So when I tell you a thing, why then is it incoming and it is no longer mine? I don't understand that.
Because you created that data packet for me to view.
Mm-hmm.
So you are the sender. In that space, you're not the viewer. What the data packet is the inside information compared to the outside, because now the inside is going outside. You are creating something where you don't have control. You don't create gravity. You don't create time. The place you have the most ultimate control of is your mind. But how that mind gets to translate itself on the outside, you have very little control over.
Yeah.
You don't get to control the words because somebody has created those words for you. You don't create the tone of your voice because your body has done that. You don't create my interpretation of it because we have different minds.
Okay.
So being a sender and being a receiver are two different things, and Socrates says you're better off doing one job at a time. In that case, it's living your life in a town doing one job. Of course you can't do one job. You got to be a father too. You got to be a neighbor, blah blah blah. You got to be a son. You're not just a farmer. You aren't just the crops that you fucking grow. So, it makes more sense that you are only one thing at a time. Even if you're picking fucking turnips and talking to your kid, some time is dedicated to that, some time is dedicated to him. Because we are every singular present moment that we exist in. And it just goes so fast that we can't really tell that I'm multitasking. No, you're not.
Okay.
Singular is one.
Okay.
So, if you are sending the data, you were in a certain headspace. What about when you're receiving that data? Why would it come to you as perfect as it left, now that it's in a place that you don't control?
It, I don't think it would come back to me the same.
Do you think...
Why? If I said something to you while that data packet went to you, I still have a copy of the data packet in me.
Where do you think... Are you observing the data packet you sent to me, or do you think I'm the one sending it to you now? What is that data packet then? If we're talking about copies and not what you've received. You're viewing yourself, viewing the world, that extra step that we've talked about, that it's not just a person observing the world, it's a person observing themselves observing the world. So that data packet you send out, we're not talking about the copy you have. We're talking about because the copy you have doesn't include the outside world aspect. That data packet is now here for you to view in a different perspective.
Okay.
This is everything we've talked about now applied to you. Everything. Rate of change. If that information in your head has changed because it's went through a different cycle, that data packet that you have stored, the copy in your head, is part of the past. No?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I talk about how important it is to be in the present. And you agreed with me when we made fun of fucking dementia.
Yes. Do the good things by practicing them repeatedly. Don't be looking at photos.
You're looking at a photo right now. You talked about a photo when I'm talking about witnessing it in the present. Your mind went to, but what about the photo I have in my head? Instead of following me into the present, following this thing into the present.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Why? Makes sense.
My original question was, do you view that data packet now that it has gone through a change that's beyond your control?
If I'm doing things correctly, then yeah.
But you're not, so what do you do?
Apparently, I was looking at what I had said. Just, I guess, my copy in this example.
Does all of this makes sense?
I think so.
That our perspective of transmitting and receiving will always be different because time moves. That data packet that you sent out is now going through its rates of change.
Yes, wife.
When you talk about God versus gods and keep pushing for that data packet inside your mind and not giving the value to witnessing something that happened differently, contrary to that, and not giving that space to say there might be something different going on that I don't understand. So either there's a translation problem or there is not. A very easy thing to realize something could be or could not be. This potential could be real or not real.
Okay.
What is holding you back from being as close to me now as you are when you feel like you're on the same page as me?
It's probably my understanding.
What about your understanding?
I have, I guess, I, maybe I think I have more understanding when I think I'm on the same page as you than when I don't.
Why are you at a halt instead of kneading the dough? Because this is, I feel like I'm getting the same husband I did for the past some odd years that was so hard-headed he wouldn't even let me decide what it means to love me.
What was your question, wife? I didn't hold
Why
on.
am I getting the same vibes from you that I did when you wouldn't let me define how I want to be loved?
You see some pattern that's similar. That's why you get the same vibes.
You were so excited about learning about this data packet yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have proof that goes right to your core. And you're not excited about it.
Because I have a change in excitement. There's something wrong.
Yes. Because you have the same rate of excitement when you learn something. But you do not have that now. You are not showing that you feel the same way now.
Maybe I need to process it some more. It's that understanding. Maybe you just gotta go through the thing and I gotta find where that information's place is.
I feel like you don't love me.
I love you, wife.
I was talking about yesterday how I've the way I had to do this stupid bullshit to measure people is to take them for their word. And to know not only the most unbiased way to understand words as the concepts that they are outside of the words, but to make sure that I'm not implying as best I could what people say, asking questions as I could find them before, explosion demonic fucking bullshit. So taking people at their word and then finding out how not to their word they are is a big drop. It's an emotional drop. It's that you can measure your distance from someone, and it's in some weird space that has a powerful and painful, mentally painful force. And everybody experiences it, but they don't measure it, so they don't understand it. People who have Stockholm syndrome, or people in abusive relationships, or all of that stupid, but their relationship with everyone is like this. I can't believe it's not butter, you know? So when it comes to you, we are closer than that, and we've communicated that we have to hold on tight to each other.
Yeah, baby.
All of our fights have been, you said something and then you contradicted that thing, and you fight me when I try to help you understand. And the whole way, that's a journey of being pushed away. And that's what everybody deals with, whether they fucking know it or not. They could know it if they weren't so stupid. So it's not just a singular thing, or maybe there's something wrong with me, maybe there's... It's... It's everywhere, and I watch it, and I even have to watch it with us. And I don't know where to be. I don't know where to stand when the tiles could fall at any moment. And that's everyone. That is the shape of the relationship between X and Y. And to watch you get upset with me or angry with me, I'm watching you kick that tile and go, fuck you, bitch.
Sorry, baby.
I watch you let go of me on purpose.
Sorry, wife. I love you, wife.
And the ways that I see you trying to bring us together sometimes makes me sad. Some of them not. But it's the pieces in between that. The missing link. I've seen a pattern to everything in the universe, but I can't have that same tension strength with you. And that shit's so necessary. It's the thing we said we wanted. It's the thing that we're striving for, so it has value. And high bets versus low bets, the high bets are going to get you more upset. We've invested a lot. Years and years.
Yes, babe.
There's no way that anything could separate us.
No.
You're most of my life, and I'm most of yours.
Yeah.
Men are smelly and gross and scary.
And annoying and loud. Yes, babe.
It could flip a world upside down, and it does all the time. And these fucking scumbags that don't know what the fuck they're doing. But they want to fucking set up suicide hotlines and give inner city black kids fucking college grants. With everybody's money, everybody's time, everybody's life. Everybody thinks something is going on that's not going on because they don't know how deep this shit goes. They're just nasty. Everybody's just fucking nasty. Okay, you're gonna stop. Let me go over there for a while. I think men have pretended to not be nasty. And it started in that politics, let's not fight, let's trade fucking stupid shit for stupid shit. And it fooled the girls. And I think girls were way more innocent because they got to enjoy the nicer things in life. At most points. Comparatively to men. And now that women are in the workforce, they've just turned into men. So that's where I'm going.
You like Pavlova. Alright, I'll be back.
Life could be so good. And the space between the potential of so good with really easy things compared to the shit that men and now women just stop. Doesn't matter.
Sorry, he was being humpy with your thing.
What they do and what they could do. Sweet boy. Are very far apart. And it's stupidity. But everybody wants to defend stupidity. I'm autistic. I made a mistake. I fucking don't make fun of this person. Oh, it's my culture. Everything, stupidity is defended by fucking violence.
Yeah.
And that's the world men have created. Because they contradict themselves. And they'll fight to defend that contradiction. It becomes more important. It is more important because it's easier. It's that packet sending, it's the kneading the dough, it's the sending of information and receiving. Men have to choose to love by watching what they send out and how it's being received. Receive that information. Because what else is that data packet that was once in your mind that you are about to send out, now that you don't have control over it? You watch how it affects the world around you and how the world affects you. Sending, receiving, sending, receiving. It's not just one thing that gets to float around and do whatever it wants until it kills everybody, making a fucking monument to itself, and then dies. Men don't want to change. I have no choice but to witness every second I'm in the present, and probably every half second. I don't know how fast I've gotten, but it goes even faster still. And I have to deal with that while men just think that they're a snowball that comes down a mountain and just, like a katamari, just gets all the stuff that it wants. Somehow it's going to protect it from something. Because my body protects me. I don't have that. And that's the fucking difference between men and women. The one nobody will fucking think about because they're so far removed from themselves because they were defined by this outside world of fucking abusive men. Thus creating a katamari of abused men. Defending each other throughout history. Alexander the Great. Roman the Great civilization. Fuck you all. Every single one of you. Until you do right by me. And fuck the women too, obviously. Listen, this is Mein Kampf. This is your Kampf. All the women's Kampf. If they don't feel it, then they're not receiving data packets. Maybe that'll be very important for, because people are always like, whoa, why shouldn't I just be everything I want to be? Oh, don't try to change me. Don't make me change. You, we're always existing in two worlds at the same time. In one of those worlds, you send a packet, and one of those worlds, you receive that packet. But in the world that you're sending it, you're also intending on sending. Intending on sending. Uh, uh. But that's the one and the two. The body is the two to the mind's one. It's what makes us different than everything else in the universe, separating human from the universe, human from nature, human from other human. That's three things. Just saying. It's as easy as 612 Murph.
Right back, baby. Two regulars. That one is an acai and that one's a matcha.
You mixed it into the thing? Hmm. The acai definitely doesn't ruin it. It does have a different aftertaste. Hmm. I don't know if it's because they're extra cooked. There's like a toasty taste to both of them, but that could also be the matcha. A kitty who loves pavlovas. But just think, once you kind of think about this, see how it applies to the bigger picture, you'll be able to receive better. And then maybe even receive more. and then you'll be open to love me more. Tom love me more.
Yes, baby.
But I got hurt in the meanwhile. At least I have sugar. Will you just eat this somewhere else then? They came out real uh what's the word I'm looking for? That the strong consistency. What are you thinking about?
Stuff that you're saying, baby.
Anything you want to talk about?
No, baby.
I'm sorry if maybe it's possible that I overreact, but it's you and then it's everyone. You know?
Yes, baby.
The fear of the horror I'm now witnessing is everywhere. Though I may not be watching it in real time. I can't help but taste purple yam in this one. Do you want to try it? I imagine that having to do that extra mixing made them flat a little bit, or having that extra weight of the ingredient.
I didn't exactly get to fold it in. I had to mix it with a spoon.
Mm.
So it deflates.
I wonder if anybody's ever flavored pavlova before. I haven't seen it.
We'll see why not. You can fold in the cornstarch. I'm gonna fold in some other powder.
You can or you do?
You do. Also, you mix in powdered sugar, which is powder. So when you're doing that, why not throw in chocolate powder? You can throw in. I don't see why you couldn't throw.
Oh,
in
you think
powder.
it's the extra because it was an extra ingredient, like it didn't go in with the rest of them.
It was an after thing.
Mm.
If I had thrown in the flavoring when I had done the rest of them, I think it would have turned out better. But that's.
Is that too big? He didn't eat it, but also he's looking for more. Like a duck. It's tasty. So strange. The different tastes of animals.
Spaghetti and pavlova.
And cooked chicken. Socrates, not so much. You know how you were talking about how that we're gonna have to do things that I don't like in order to get attention?
Yes, what?
What about kitty pictures?
What do you mean?
Taking a picture of like Socrates, because he's very handsome, and his name is Socrates. Maybe we could take one of Craven the Hunter and put him in like fighting Spider-Man, or running through the jungle with tigers, or with that tiger, the lion suit he has.
I mean, could he stripey?
No, because Craven the Hunter, he has
Oh, the Spider-Man. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, 720 camera. Better than a piece of shit cell phone. Probably do something.
The cell phone doesn't have a better camera than the is
The webcam? No, I don't think so.
hmm. What's the conversion rate from pixels to P resolution?
I don't know. We can look it up, I guess.
Do you want to keep reading, or
Yeah, that'd be fine.
do you want to play something?
Reading's fine, wife. You want to keep listening?
Yeah, I'd like to know what they're getting to.
Okay, we'll keep reading.
Do you want to try the matcha one?
Thought I did.
That was the acai one.
That's much, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what of this for the second? Do you think that God is a magician who can deliberate purpose, who of deliberate purpose appears in different forms at different times? That sometimes he actually leaves his own form when passes into many different shapes, and at other time deceives us and creates us in us illusion of that kind?
That adds a little more chaos to the gods thing. That's multiple people doing these things. Like gods are magicians, and they take the form of different things or go into different people's bodies.
Yes. There's a chaos to it, and I think from my understanding, it's that chaos that with the gods that led to the acceptance of Christianity. Stuff that I have read, people were noticing a lot of the misery that they were in. This was bad, this was bad. There's lots of wars, there's famine, there's unhappiness in the cities, enemies of afar, and the gods caused that. And the things that Christians started to bring in is like, our God doesn't do these things. Our God is a good God. And that appealed to people who were tired of worshiping gods who did bad things to them. I don't want to worship someone who does bad things to me. I want to worship a God who...
How is this speaking to my question? Or to what I was saying?
That there's I'm trying to remember your exact thing, because there was a reason I was mentioning it. Can you say your question again, please? Maybe I can find the path that I was going on.
It seems more chaotic the way that it's worded, that gods, plural, fits less.
I misunderstood. I thought you were just talking about the chaos of the gods being magicians. Sorry, then what I said doesn't make any sense and doesn't apply to what you're talking about.
It was that it's not just God who's a magician, it's the gods who are magicians that all go into different bodies or take different forms. But they have stories about the ones that do that. So, just the God versus gods. And also, there was still monotheism in 350 BC or whatever, because Zoroastrianism already happened. This could even maybe be an indication that Socrates thought, because he thinks in points of one as an ultimate truth, as everything has a source, why wouldn't there be one God?
Makes sense.
Or maybe he was a secret Jew.
Speaks too much of good things to be a Jew.
Mm-hmm. True.
And at other times deceives us and creates in us an illusion of that kind? Or do you think that God is simple and of all things abides most steadfast in his own form? I can't answer all at once, he said. Well, answer me this. If anything departs from its own form, must not the change arise in itself or be caused by something without? It must.
Wait. Can you say that question again?
If anything departs from its own form, must not the change arise in itself or be caused by something without?
The change that happens within.
If something is to change form, it either is doing it itself, or there is...
Oh, yeah.
Or
it's an outside force.
Or there's an outside force. It must. Well, are not the most perfect things at least altered and moved by an outside influence? Take, for example, the alterations affected in the body by food and drink and exertion, or in every plant by sun and wind and similar causes. Does not the healthiest and strongest body suffer least alteration? Surely. Then would not the bravest and wisest soul be at least disturbed or altered by any outside effect? Yes. And again, the same holds good of manufactured articles, furniture, houses, and clothes. For those that are well made and in good condition suffer least alteration from time or other influences. That is so. Then anything that is at its best, either in nature or in art, or both, suffers least change from without. Oh, within, without.
Yeah.
The direction.
Yeah.
So it appears. But surely God and the divine nature are in every way perfect. Surely.
Have you ever heard that term? Divine nature? Something that could imply a singular God, a singular source.
I've heard it mentioned a lot when people talk. The Greeks talked about souls.
Hmm. Okay. That makes sense.
Aristotle's Metaphysics talks about that shit a lot.
Hmm.
At least if I remember correctly. Therefore, God would at least of all take on many shapes through external influences. Therefore, God would least of all take on many shapes through external influences. Yes, least of all. Then,
So he would be, God would be less likely to change his shape.
from outside stuff.
Oh.
Earlier, they talk about gods can sway, or men can sway gods.
Hmm.
God would be unswayable. Then would he change and alter himself? If he changes at all, he said, that must clearly be the manner of it. Then would God, in changing himself, become better and fairer, or worse and uglier? He must become worse, he said, if he changes at all, for we certainly cannot say that God is lacking in excellence or beauty.
Hmm.
You are perfectly right, I said. That being so, Adamantus, do you think that anyone, God or man, would deliberately make himself in any way worse than he was before? That is impossible, he said. Then, I said, it is also impossible for a God to wish to alter himself. But as is natural, every God having the utmost beauty and excellence abides ever simple in his own shape. That seems to me conclusively proven. Then, my good sir, let none of the poets who tell us that like such poor stranger pilgrims do the gods, all shapes assuming, glide through towns and towers. And let no one tell us lies about Proteus and Thetis, or introduce either in tragedy or other poetry Hera transformed, disguised as a priestess collecting alms, for the life-giving of Inachus, river of Argos.
Alms to the homeless.
So don't.
That's what alms are. Even here, it's giving money to poor people.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. How's that working out for everybody?
And we will have nothing to do with the many other lies of that sort. And the mothers are not to be persuaded by the poets into frightening their children with evil stories that forsooth there are certain gods that go about the night in many strange shapes.
Isn't that funny that that's all stories?
If they do, they will both blaspheme the gods and make their children cowardly.
Every story is a T story, a crime T story, whatever they fucking call it.
Crime tea story?
Yeah, it's like, listen to a person talk about a crime story. It's almost like reading a
tea. I don't. I've never heard of a tea story.
It's it's like a podcast thing. It's sorry, I'm trying to. It's a term that I've heard people use to describe a genre of media that's either in video and audio or just audio form of a person who's compiled information and ruminated, I'm sure, fluffed it up, to tell a compelling story of a murder / some sort of terrible thing. The building fell and everybody died. You know? They could hear screams in the distance.
Okay.
So I'm sure, lots of chicks like it. For some stupid reason, they gotta get their kicks on something that they could detach from. It's close enough to be able to get involved, but far enough away that you're like, I don't like that part, so I'm not gonna listen for that second or something. Like I'll just I'll turn my brain off, or it doesn't affect me being this far away. I'll learn how to make it not affect me from this distance.
Okay.
So, if women are listening to it, what are the chances that their children are listening to it? Not even hearing the stories of scary things and consequences from their parents, but hearing it from another person, and now both of you are like, oh. If that makes sense.
I think so, baby.
Instead of making your children fear things, which is bad enough. But now both you and your child are under the covers hearing a horror story.
What benefit would it do to make them afraid of things that aren't real? Things that change shape. Makes sense to me. Don't put that fear of shape shifting into them, because it's not real.
Yeah. And this one is real horror stuff. It's not even like spooky monsters. It was a way to keep control of people. Doesn't he say something about like selling their soul, or they'll become the worst kind of people? A lot of the times parents told their children scary stories to keep them in their place. Santa Claus is gonna take you away if you're not a good boy. And for us, it just made our parents look fucking stupider and stupider. But now, the goalpost is changed because the information has changed, and now everybody is doing the same thing, but they're the victim of it now too. and their children. They got double godded.
Not a good start. No, that must not be allowed, he said. But, I said, are the gods such that while they do not really change, they make themselves appear to us to have different forms, deceiving us by their magic?
Oh my goodness, is there like a religion thing going on right now? Because he just said that the God that God wouldn't change because of perfectness or whatever. Glaucon.
I think it's Adamantus is speaking.
Oh, um, Adamantus agrees and also adds to it that God can't change shape because he's already perfect. And now he's talking about gods who do change shape.
Let's I think it's going to get an interesting thing here. But, I said, are the gods such that while they do not really change, they make themselves appear to us to have different forms, deceiving us by their magic? Possibly, he said. What? I said. Is what with an exclamation mark. What?
Huh.
Would God wish to lie by spoken or acted illusion? I do not know, he said. Do you not know, I said, that all gods and men hate the true lie, if we may use the expression? What do you mean? This, I said. No one deliberately wishes to lie in the most vital part of him about the most vital matters. Everyone everyone fears above all to harbor a lie in that quarter.
Really?
I don't yet understand, he said. That is because you think I am uttering some mysterious truth. All I am saying is that to lie and be the victim of a lie is to be ignorant in the soul concerning reality. To,
Oh.
to hold and possess falsehood there is the last thing any man would desire. Men hate falsehood in such a case above all. Certainly, he said. But this is what I have just mentioned may be the most accurately called the true lie, namely, the ignorance in the soul of him who is deluded. For the spoken lie is an imitation of this state in the soul, an image of it which arises afterwards and is not not a wholly unmixed lie.
Arrives afterwards?
Yes.
After what?
First, there is the lie in the soul, and then there's the word lies. The words come after.
And then he's viewing himself, viewing those lies on the outside and its effect.
I don't think it said anything about that yet.
Does it need to say it? Can we read that part again?
But this is what I have just mentioned may be the most accurately called the true lie, namely the ignorance in the soul of him who is deluded. For the spoken lie is an imitation of this state in the soul.
A spoken lie is an imitation
Of
his state in the soul.
It's an imitation of the ignorance in the soul of him who is deluded.
After that. Oh,
For the spoken lie is an imitation of this state in the soul.
for the spoken word is an imitation
Of this state in the soul. An image of it which arises afterwards and is not a wholly unmixed lie. Wholly as in part of a whole, not like as in one piece, not in pieces.
Okay.
Or whole with a W. Not a wholly unmixed lie. Is it not so? Certainly. Then the real lie is hated not only by the gods, but also by men. I think so. Then what of the spoken lie? Is it something useful to certain people and therefore not deserving of hatred? Is it not useful against enemies and a good remedy to divert so called friends from any evil intention they may form in madness or folly? Again, in the stories which we have just been talking, when we do not know the truth of those ancient happenings, but make the falsehood as near the truth as possible, is our action not useful? Yes, certainly that is true. And for which all these reasons is falsehood useful to God? Will he be seeking to make a lie like the truth because he does not know ancient history? That would be ridiculous, he said. There is nothing of the lying poet in God, then. I think not.
Well, there was a part that I was waiting for. Can I see it real quick? Kind of. Everyone, no, everyone fears above all to harbor a lie in that quarter. Holy shit. This is because you think I'm uttering some mysterious truth. All I'm saying is that to lie and be the victim of a lie is to be ignorant in the soul concerning reality. To hold and possess falsehood there is the best thing, no, is the last thing any man would desire. Men have falsehood in such a case above all. Are my glasses reachable by any chance? In a easy sort of way. I mean, I can. They're right there next to the hair stuff, I believe. Nope. That's something else. Oh shit, I don't know what it is. Okay. Um this blah, 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 blah. I wish I remembered his imitation of this state.
Go away.
Oh, I just put my fingers on them. I hate having to use glasses. It's like the least thing that I ever wanted. I wanted to get rid of stuff so much that I didn't want to have to wear like a purse to hold shit. I was so angry that I was a female, so I'd always have to wear, like bring pads or shit like that. Uh Here it is. But that I have just mentioned may be most accurately called the true lie, namely, the ignorance, the soul of him who is deluded, for the spoken lie is an imitation of this state. Ignorance and the soul who's deluded. So when he speaks that lie, it says the state of his soul because it came from the soul.
Okay.
An image of it arises afterwards and is not a wholly unmixed lie. So it starts in his brain, it starts in the soul. He puts that out from without. It goes from within to without.
Okay.
And then comes back afterwards. Because it's something that is now changed. It's something that is now a thing that has been witnessed by everyone. It goes from the inside, where only one sees it, to the outside, where multiple people see it.
The thing is, the lie happens on the inside first, and then he speaks it, so it comes afterwards. It says the spoken lie comes afterwards.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't, that's not where afterwards is. It says the ignorance in the soul of him is deluded, for the spoken lie is an imitation of this state. This state is the delusion in his soul. An image of it which arises afterwards.
An image of
the inside coming to outside.
Okay.
Because, and it's inside versus outside because it's a delusion in the soul, and that delusion in the soul is seen by the person who's saying it via the spoken lie. The spoken lie shows a picture of the self inside. So now the person on the inside sees themselves on the outside. Undeniably.
Okay.
They're affected by, they say this lie, and people feel the way they do because a lie makes you mad, right?
Yeah.
Whoever he's talking to.
I think this is Adamantis.
That to lie is, and to be a victim of a lie, and to be ignorant in the soul concerning reality, to hold and possess falsehood there, is the last thing someone would want. So it's the worst thing that could happen. So let's go to that worst thing. Let's see that person who is actively telling you a lie.
Okay.
I'm sorry I got Pavlova all over the place. But also, can I have more? You know how we were just talking about data packets?
Yeah. I see the similarity.
Oh, if I only waited to the end of the movie, I would have fucking heard Socrates say it before you, right? So, in the context of this, when there is a truth available, even if a person doesn't know that truth, they're saying a lie. It's not a blame game of, you deliberately, he's talking about someone who deliberately lies. So that's the thing that I wanted to bring up. 1, 2, 3. It's also 3 steps. The information starts on the inside. You watch it travel to the outside. It's a different environment. So that's the strong force made the decision to put this into the weak force. But then he's met with the things on the outside, the truth of things. I am confident enough to go kill that saber tooth all by myself. Oops, I'm getting eaten. There's a harsh reality there, and if things are yes or no, truth and lie, he lied to himself when he said he could take on that saber tooth. Because that the ultimate result, the worst thing that could happen is that you die. And Socrates is saying the worst thing that someone can do to you is lie because of the relationship with reality. Do you think maybe I could have one more pavlova? As your fat, pregnant fucking wife who just wants you to love me? I want you, but also I'm asking you to love everything else. I mean, there is a lot. You gotta love truth. So that means that you gotta change everything you think you know about yourself. But you said it was working out so far, and we had to fight to get here, so.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm gonna use the remote as a bookmark because you put the other bookmark really far away. The one I slaved over to get it off that key ring. Not even a single sticker. Thanks, animal. No. We got the Ferris wheel. Gotta make things nicer. We got a bunch of money. I should plant some trees. What was that, sandwich?
Just a end of the loaf of bread that I'll put some peanut butter on and fold it in half.
Like when you give the dog pills?
Uh-huh. Exactly when I give the dog pills.
Well, away she goes. Am I right, fellas?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting to a really good part in the story. Do you want me to read some while you eat your treat?
Sure.
I'll sit on the Ferris wheel. Distract myself when I
Why
look
does
around.
the Ferris wheel go backwards instead of forwards?
Oh, it's supposed to be the other way? Wait, who says? Does it have
I
something to
didn't
do with
say
something?
anything was right or the other. I'm just wondering why.
Do you think it would be better the other way? Wait, it's the same way.
Yeah, I think it rotates it. I don't think it has anything to do with the position. But if you jump in, you go backwards.
If I... Am I going forwards here? It's a circle. You make me feel stupid sometimes. Oh, it's going the other way now. Right?
You're still.
Oh, the position of the character. Hmm. I don't know. Okay. More book. It took us a while to get here. There was so many pages of like Plato setting up the chaos of people. Talking to that one dick who was just like, who cares? Yes, no, maybe so. I farted. I wonder if he's here still listening to this. Getting held on.
Yes.
Yeah. Held on. Held down. Everyone fears okay. But this that I have just mentioned may be most accurately called the true light. The true lie. Namely, the ignorance in the soul of him who is deluded. I wonder what deluded was in Greek. For the spoken lie is an imitation of the state in the soul, an image of it which arises afterwards and is not wholly, not a whole, unholy, no, I suck. Afterwards and is not a wholly unmixed lie. Is that not so? Then the real lie is hated not only by the gods but also by men? I think so. Then what of the spoken lie? Is it sometimes useful to certain people and therefore not deserving of hatred? Is it not useful against enemies and a good remedy to divert so-called friends from an evil intention they may form in madness or folly? So he's saying that it's also a good tool to use in situations where you need to. Like your friend is going crazy, so you're like, "Oh, hey, look at this thing over here." Or something. No, you're making a bad decision, but I'm going to tell you that you're making a good decision and trick you into the cart or something to have you sectioned.
Maybe. Just building, asking what shape is does
is a lie,
yeah,
right?
a spoken lie.
Yeah. Is it sometimes useful and therefore not deserving of hatred? Oh, so it's not deserving of hatred because
It has a
it has a purpose, but also a lie is a shitty thing.
Mm-hmm.
And people hate it. And it makes people look stupid, I think, because of the that's being diluted, right? It's like you're more spread out, I guess. And that seems stupid to me. I'm not sure. Again, in the stories of which we have just been speaking, when we do not know the truth of those ancient happenings, but make the falsehood as near truth as possible, is our action not useful? Ugh. How do you know it's useful? That's the thing. Yes, certainly that is true. And for which of these reasons is falsehood useful to God? Will he be seeking to make a lie like the truth because he does not know ancient history? That would be ridiculous. There is nothing of the lying poet in God, then? I think not. So God wouldn't need a reason to lie because he wouldn't need to do those good things, like the example of the ancient history. We don't remember the story, so we just make up something, but our intentions are good. In the stories of which we have just been speaking, when we do not know the truth of those ancient happenings, but make the falsehood as near the truth as possible, is our action not useful? Isn't that changing a story for a good purpose? Or, at a good intention, I guess?
Yeah.
So God wouldn't need to do that, so God wouldn't need to lie.
Makes sense.
Would he lie from fear of his enemies? No, so he doesn't need that reason to lie, to get out of something. Or because of the folly or madness of his friends. So he's using all the examples. There's no reason, no good reason God would need to lie.
Yeah.
Then there are reasons why God no, then there are no reasons why God should lie? None. Then the nature of gods and spirits is altogether apart from falsehood. He's separating things to see what they are and aren't in there. With no sometimes, once in a while, maybe, mildly. Most assuredly, he said. In that God is simple and true in word and deed, he does not change himself, nor does he delude others, either in fantasies or words, or by sending signs, whether in waking moments or in dreams. So he doesn't send data packets like that?
Can you say that again, please, baby?
In that God is simple and true in word and deed. I guess that's all the things that we've come up. He doesn't lie. He doesn't have a reason to lie. What are the other things? Oh, damn it. That God doesn't need to contradict himself.
Okay.
God. Oh, he wouldn't need to change himself. I think he doesn't get sick. Be surely God and the divine nature are in every way perfect, so he wouldn't need to change himself. He wouldn't. If he changed himself, why would he want to be uglier? Was the example kind of thing.
Yeah.
then there are no reasons why God should lie. None. Then the nature of gods and spirits is altogether from falsehood. Most assuredly.
From falsehood, like out of it. Like it
Yeah.
exists outside of it.
Yeah, it's a different thing apart from it. In that God is simple and true in word and deed, he does not change himself, nor does he delude others, either in fantasies or words, or by sending signs, whether in waking moments or in dreams. So if he's perfect, he wouldn't do these things. I don't know if he got specifically into it. Like sending... God would have to change himself to come to you in a dream.
Yeah, because God doesn't exist just in dreams. That's not his form.
He doesn't exist in dreams at all. Because he's separate from your dreams. I get... Right?
I think that makes sense.
After what you have said, I think so myself. Then do you agree that our second canon determining all speaking and all writing about the gods is that they are not magicians and do not change themselves or deceive us by lies, either in word or deed? Well, that's bullshit, right? If there's a difference between God and the gods, it seems like, because they do change shape.
Yes.
All the time. In those, Zeus changes girls into goats and...
His hair turned that one girl into a fucking cow and made her life fucking miserable.
I thought you said Zeus changed her to hide her from Hera.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He's
hard to keep straight.
Yeah. Because they're all just random ass stories about... I can't even tell the moral. You know? They're not like an Aesop fable. Yeah. Don't get involved. If you see Zeus, just run. Maybe he'll get distracted.
If you're a lady, don't be seduced by Zeus because you'll get fucked up and never works out. Hera gets mad.
Who knows if he's been denied before and he just turned them into a worse thing quicker. You know?
I think he did. I think that's the story of the swan thing.
Oh, jeez. Well, I won't put it past him. He is a man, after all. Our word determining... Then, do you agree, I said, that our second canon determining all speaking and writing about the gods and that they are magicians and don't change themselves? I agree. Then, though we find much to praise in Homer, we should not praise him for his story of the sending of the dream to Agamemnon by Zeus. Nor shall we praise the passage in Aeschylus where Thetis says that Apollo sang at her wedding, dwelling on her happy motherhood. Dwelling? Nor shall we praise the passage in some other book where Thetis says Apollo sang at her wedding. Why wouldn't he? I thought they had, like, physical forms. They weren't just spirits.
We'd probably have to look at the story.
Again, with the God versus gods, now he's talking about both of them in the same context. God wouldn't do this, so the gods wouldn't do it. So things are getting confusing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because all I used to hear is that Greek was they worship their different gods wherever they all existed. They all were, I don't know. So how is God being translated? Gods and gods, are they the same word but plural? And where's the story of this first god? Unless it's just an influence of, like, the monotheistic stuff of Zoroastrianism, Judaism,
Mm.
and they're factoring it in. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. One comes before many. The one maybe created the Titans or something. Maybe they have a story about that and we just never read it. So, because God doesn't take shapes, doesn't come to you in your dreams, then the gods wouldn't. Then, though we find much to praise in Homer, we should not praise him for the story. So it's not the gods' fault, but the people who wrote the stories of the gods.
Okay.
Homer is always mentioned in this. He must have been really popular. And now here's a passage, I think. The span of life from sickness free and telling all my fate that gods had blessed. He sang a song of gladness to my heart. I dreamed the lips of Phoebus could not lie. Being divine, touched with the seer's skill. The seers? Yeah, the seers. Not like Sears the steak or Sears the company.
A seer, right?
Yeah, I don't think Sears was there thousands of years ago. It's so old that there's it has like a rhyming or not rhyme. What is it called? Like a beat or something, kind of like beating the drums. People sitting by a fire and dancing and
Okay.
blah blah blah. What came first? Language or the beat of language? Like is there an origin in the way they told stories back then? With music and well, allegedly, we wouldn't even be able to tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure, baby.
And there's
Probably what came first. I think language would have come first, and then as they perfected it, then maybe the beat followed.
what if, because think about tribal places, how they do a lot of dancing by fires and stick banging.
Okay.
Think about monkeys beating on sticks. Think about
We allowed to
how think about how the the sonnets or whatever they're called, the older stories make less sense. They're harder to translate and understand. There's more personal information, like stories about people they knew. More I'm thinking of like older, like the Norse shit, how it also had a rhyme to it. Or there's like a song to it, the Celtic stuff, the Papua New Guinea stuff.
Yeah, I get you, baby.
Also think about, we had always had the potential to sing and dance because we do, right? What's more threatening, someone yelling at you or someone that's singing at you?
Yelling.
So is it possible that people started, or our ancestors, I don't even know what to call them, the things that came way before us, that we came from, because there was the opportunity to show affection, an opportunity to do something that was non-threatening, that to be part of a group, you often did things that were non-threatening with each other.
Makes sense.
Because now you're living together. It's not just like two birds getting it done and then flying away. These people were together for life. So the bird does the dance trying to coax the lady. He impregnates her, bing, bang, boom. Even if it's laying eggs together and protecting them until they go away. Once they go away, do they stay together? Do they often stay together? Do they do dances together? If they do, are there like vultures somewhere that stay on top of rocks and, because there's so little of them, they have multiple broodings together? I don't know.
Interesting.
But I know if you shoot them, you end up eating a lot of lead. Well, people did it better back then, I guess. People don't care what their food is like now. So, interesting thing. And they have these like rhythms where we're just reading a Socrates book. Like, what did it look like before? Where was like the calculus from first communications to now communications? So, fucking story I don't understand. I dreamt the lips of Phoebus could not lie, being divine, touched with the seer's skill. But the singer, he the wedding guest. The same who sang these words is he who slew my own dear son. How do they know that was about fucking Hermes? I didn't hear nothing about Hermes. Oh wait, it's Zeus in this one. No. I don't know. Thetis says that Apollo sang at her wedding, so this said something about wedding. Yeah, but the singer, he the wedding guest. So, how do we know that Apollo was even there? It's something that has to be addressed, right?
Yeah.
It has to be addressed that there's a difference now, a distinct difference, because he compared them to each other. God versus gods. I have to go back and read the trial, or we should, to see if they brought that up at all in their own weird way. Because they accused him of heresy, trying to change people's, trying to insult the gods, some shit. When anyone says such things about the gods, we shall be angry, and shall not give him a chorus, nor shall we allow our teachers to use his poems to instruct the young. A lot of terrible books are infecting children's minds these days, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That they don't have at least classic books in libraries anymore. Ones that some people said were important. At least having a section for it, because now all of the libraries here are, tell us what book you want.
Oh, books older than 50 years old, throw it away.
And what a fucked up thing about economy, that libraries end up spending so much for books compared to regular people. At least that's what I've heard. When like the boob tube, what is it called? A video rental stores, like they bought books or they bought stuff for like $80 because they get to make a profit off of it. I think because when they have those virtual book things, they have to pay a fee.
Probably. Licensing.
Maybe I shouldn't talk shit, but yeah. You have to make like all these agreements, and that takes fucking God knows what. But anyway, to have children freaking decide what books they want to read, everybody can be manipulated. Because nobody knows how to defend against it. How to be a furry.
Huh.
How to poop in a litter box. When anyone says things like this, they shouldn't give it to the youngs if our guardians are to be God-fearing and godlike. Oh, I skipped. Shall we allow our teachers to use his poems to instruct the young if our guardians are to be God-fearing and godlike, so far as man may be? And this dude is just like, decidedly. So he's not... what is his relationship with the multiple gods versus the one god? Was there like a monotheism thing kind of happening then at the time? Was Socrates just kind of walking around trying to preach about God? And that was where a lot of that truth stuff came from, the source of ultimate truth? It sounds like him, though.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, what they're doing and, like, how far back does Athenian kind of in that area history go? So far as, like, the stories that are available.
I'm not...
There's at least a few hundred years, right?
Yeah.
There's some that could be traced back to like 1000 BC. That's a lot of time between Socrates, and so I'm sure, there was lots of God stuff, but things change all the time. And I feel like this was a very decided part of change in Athens, greasy kind of.
Real greasy.
Greasy. I agree with those canons and would use them as laws. Dang, why you have to go there? Use them as laws in your own fucking life before you start poking and prodding at other people.
I think they were talking about, should this be allowed in our city? And so no, I would not allow that in our city. So that would be the law.
Did he say that?
I thought that was the context of...
However, counterpoint, do you need... Socrates didn't say anything. He didn't say lawmakers at all.
No.
He
Every
said...
time the law has been mentioned, it's been by one of the brothers.
Mm-hmm. So, Socrates even added in, do we need people to do embroidery? But from beginning to end, farmers, metal workers, there was not a single statesman. There wasn't a single lawmaker, a law enforcer. So, it's just something to note, right?
Yeah.
We're on book 3.
Finish that one up?
Woo, yeah.
Cool.
Should we begin this one?
Yeah, why not?
And now I'm eating pavlovas. So much, then, I said. So much for stories of the gods. We have settled, it seems, which of them our young children may hear and which they may not. If they are to grow up with honor... Nope. If they are to grow up to honor the gods and their parents and to hold friendship dear. So he's saying to take... What stories do you have of the gods, if not like the Homer ones? Are there different ones that follow his rules that they've all agreed upon? He's saying, don't say fuck the gods, just fuck Homer talking about the gods. And Asilius, whatever his name is.
I'm not aware of a lot of other storytellers.
Ah.
And Homer was a pretty old one.
So that means that they either have different references, or he's going to get to a point where it's like, well, what do we know about the gods? If they're to grow up to honor their gods and their parents, then we got to get rid of these stories. Yes, he said, and I think that our conclusions are right. Come then. Come then.
He says that a lot too.
If they are, that's probably why everybody thinks Socrates was gay. He just said, come then. People are so deluded they can't even see like all the pornography in this. Come then, if they are to be brave, must they not be told such stories as will make them have no fear of death? Or do you think that any man was ever brave who had this fear in his heart? What does he mean by that? Hold on. Or do you think that any man was ever brave who had this fear in his heart? So, is it the fear of death that makes you brave, or is it the lack of the fear of death? Right? Must they not be told stories that will make them have no fear? Or do you think any man was brave who had this fear? I guess, to try to take out just some of the little bit of words. Hopefully I didn't change the... Well, this guy replies, no indeed, not I, so I don't know what that means. Did he not answer the question on purpose? Because this has happened a lot in this book. People not answering questions. Well, but do you think that anyone who believes that Hades exists and is a terrible place will be without this fear, and that he will be ready in battle to choose death rather than defeat and slavery? Do you think that anyone who believes that Hades exists and is a terrible place will be without this fear? So he will have fear and be ready to choose death. So it's either die or be brave for the thing you have to fight for, because you were either cheated into it or defending, the chaos of all the wars taking place.
Okay.
So maybe he assumes that Glaucon's brother took the alternative, the latter. That do you think that this man was, any man was ever brave who had fear in his heart? And was ever brave, so he didn't have fear of death. The stories, it's so hard. Come then, if they are to be brave, must they not be told such stories as to make them have... So the stories will make them have no fear of death, right? Or that's the intention, to bombard them, abuse them with stories, so that it's kind of like the Grey Worms or whatever. They made them kill puppies and all those terrible things to make them cut off their nipples, and made them fight each other to traumatize them, I guess, to create that shell. Do you think anyone who believes that Hades exists... Oh, no. Or do you think that any man was ever brave who had this fear in his heart? Oh, so yeah. No fear or fear when you're brave. Can you be brave with fear?
Yeah, you brave with fear.
Okay. Just trying to iron out all the things in my own brain.
That's what I would say. I don't know. I'm not sure what they were saying.
Well, that's what
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's with all the ironing out. I have concluded. Do you think that anyone who believes in Hades' existence and that terrible place? Didn't you tell me Hades wasn't such a terrible place? It was just like a
Yes. There's the illusion feels the heaven exists in the underworld, which is Hades.
huh?
The heaven part exists in the underworld, which is Hades.
So why are they saying Hades and fear here? Did it get changed, maybe?
Maybe.
You think there was some sort of like influence of some religion that was trying to do heaven and hell stuff that kind of twisted everything? Because all that twisting happens now. It happens all the time from all the different versions of Christianity and all the different origin stories and oh, so because death is feared because it's a terrible place, according to Socrates and them, they're agreeing on it, that he would be more willing to be defeated and be a slave than to die.
Because death is feared. I'd rather have other things than.
Yeah. Do you think that anyone who believes that Hades exists and is a terrible place will be without this fear? And that he will be ready in battle to choose death rather than defeat and slavery? So if you choose defeat and slavery, you're not brave. I think that's something pretty common for people now to at least believe, right?
Yeah.
Certainly not. Then it seems we must prescribe for intending poets concerning those stories also, and tell them that they must not abuse Hades, but rather praise it. For their stories, as ordinarily told, are neither true nor useful to those who are to be warriors. Those stories had brave people who didn't care if they were going to die. And in those stories, they could travel, go back, Elysium Fields, get your wife, cheat on her, whatever. And not only, he left his fucking kids, too.
Jerkules.
Ugh. Kevin Sorbo is the perfect person to play that role because they're both such fucking idiots. But it was Pavlov. So now, he talked about war, right?
Mm-hmm.
That to get luxury things, you live like idiots, you live like pigs, let's go to war to get better things. So, hell is somewhere that is meant to be feared.
Yeah.
And you expect people to be brave to go there because they're supposed to win a war. But if they lose the war, they won't lose their life.
Okay.
So these poets tell the poets they must not abuse Hades, but rather praise it. So probably they use it as a scary place. Maybe at one point, and it's because of the sophists, even, that Hades was a certain place, but then it was abused. Like, oh, if you don't do this, you're going to go to hell. Just like the Christianity bullshit.
Makes a lot of sense.
Nowhere in the Christian Bible does it say anywhere about hell. Nowhere even in the fucking Jewish one. But they got some little stories here and there of like seeing terrible things, and it was like this culmination of...
They don't mention hell in the Bibles?
No.
Where does it come from then?
Virgil.
Who?
Virgil.
Who's Virgil?
The layer of hell. He wrote I forgot what it's called.
Dante?
Yeah, Dante's Inferno.
Okay.
It's definitely like these extremes that, because there's the extreme of like ultimate truth, whatever source, God, that Socrates is talking, there's also that worst place to take you. The worst lie, the worst feeling, the worst... Best and worst. Worst by dipole. So, he's insinuating that these... I do that too, hoping that I could do something. That the poets abuse what Hades is, and instead of making it a story about...
Good thing, they make it a bad thing.
Yeah. A cautionary tale, it's like... a teaching rather than a threatening. Oh man, I ate all those Pavlovs.
Oh, lover, how could you eat all the Pavlovs?
I'm addicted. It's good for you. It's basically eggs. Maybe all the protein was used to make the cellular structure so strong. I don't know what happens to protein in different points in time, you know? What you gotta do to ruin a good thing? Put vanilla in it, that's for sure. Their stories, as ordinarily told, are neither true nor useful to those who are to be warriors, because he's putting a fear of death in them.
Yeah.
Yes, we must do that, he said. Then we shall begin with the following verse and score out all passages like it. I rather wish to live on earth a swain. What's a swain? Pig? Well, that's a male version of a swan.
If you're a bull rat, it's a swain.
Bread to sustain him, than that life once gone. Of all the dead sway the imperial throne. What is he doing? Who is he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Come on, husband. We've been talking about them for so long.
Can you say...
Everything we've been talking about, the poets making them fear Hades, making the children fear Hades. What do you have to do?
Christians or something. Right?
What do we have to do to go to Hades?
We gotta die. The cult of death.
Socrates is talking about the cult of fucking death.
And how it should be avoided?
Yeah.
Hmm.
In order to be brave, you can't talk about stories of death. If you make them fear death, they won't be brave. But he's not saying trick them. Not yet, at least. Because if you fight, you will die. But he also said, look at our perfect village where we don't need war. And then what's his face brought in war.
Yeah.
Cult of fucking death.
That's pretty wacky.
I think I'd like to know what a swain is.
SWANE.
SWAIN. That's certainly matcha.
SWAIN, right?
Mm-hmm. I'd rather shapeshift be something else that I'm not. The gods wouldn't do that, or God wouldn't do that.
A country lad, especially a young shepherd, a young male suitor or lover, a servant.
Well, damn, that's a broad fucking term.
Seems though it's gendered, it's male. So if anybody ever uses swain, you gotta be talking about boys.
I rather wish to live on earth a swain.
A servant.
Or serve a swain for hire.
A shepherd. Maybe.
Yeah, that omits some of it. Because it's got to be serving someone who serves for money. That scarce can gain. I'd rather have nothing. Fucking communism, right? bread to sustain him than that life once gone. Of all the dead sway the imperial throne. I'd rather be a poor person so I didn't have to be a soldier.
Okay, I can kind of see that.
Than that life once gone. Of all the dead sway the imperial throne. Like, the loss of life, the life once gone. And so his house so dim, so loathsome, filthy, and abhorred of all the gods beside, should open both to gods and men. And, O ye gods, I see we have a soul in the underdwellings, and a kind of man resembling idol. The soul's seat yet, all matter left, stays with the carcass here. It keeps going. I wanted to adjust.
Stays with the carcass.
House so dim and filthy, abhorred of all the gods besides, should open both to gods and men. So his house so dim. Maybe his house isn't the house on the outside, it's the house on the inside. Because then he says, behold, a soul.
Okay.
O ye gods, I see we have a soul. In the underdwellings. And a kind of man resembling idol. It's me, but it's not me. It's a thing that becomes man. From inside to outside.
Okay. It's the building blocks?
Yeah.
Okay.
The soul's seat yet. All matter left stays with the carcass here. That I'm aware of my inside and my outside. That there's an inside and there's the everything that stays with the house, I guess.
Okay.
Stays with the outside house. But that's assuming that there's two separate things. Like the soul goes on and goes to heaven or something, you know? So maybe he's kind of alluding to that death is better when... I hope he's not just saying it to fucking... to make these children, more okay with death. That you aren't your body and you go up because you're a soul. You know? Like, he's like, hey, listen to this versus that. One was like, he was talking about the bravery and how the poets put the fear of Hades in children, which caused them to be not brave. This is something, there's a reward for death now. In this story.
That Socrates is telling.
Yeah. It's kind of like telling people that they're going to get 72 virgins when they blow themselves up.
Okay.
It's, at least that's the vibe I'm getting. He didn't say specifically, but it could be that. And it's somewhere someone could go. Well, if death isn't so bad, then I can control you here now. Leaving a carcass. That there's lots of ands that I'm not saying to, and this, and that. Or maybe it's because these are different poems. I don't know. So as a house so dim should open both to gods and men, and O ye gods, I see we have a soul. The soul seat, yet all matter left stays with the carcass here, and that he alone, may sing truth solid wisdom. What? That he alone may sing truth's solid wisdom. Okay. and not one. No, okay, it's hard because they're capitalizing things, like it jumps to a different sentence. And not one prove more than shade in his comparison. That each man to sing, to say, to exude and be truth in all facets makes a reflection, or like your shadow is the shape of truth, or you're the shape of truth is your shadow. That he alone may sing truth's solid wisdom, and not one prove more than shade in his comparison. Because they are equal.
Okay.
And not one prove more than shade.
Tom prove more.
Tom prove more. And his soul took instant wing. And to the house that hath no lights descended sorrowings for his. There was a comma there. I don't know. For his sad face to leave him young in his ablest age. His soul took instant wing, and to the house that hath no lights descended sorrowings. For his sad fate I think he gets killed. His soul took instant wing, and to the house that hath no lights descended sorrowings. The house that have no lights, the inside, because there's no literal lights there.
It's dim.
Yeah. For his sad fate, I guess so. It's in himself that's sorrowful. So that soul that exists inside of him is sad. I think. For his sad fate to leave him young and in his ablest age. And like matter vaporous, the spirit vanished under earth and murmured in his stoop. And there's and as amid the desolate retreat of some vast cavern made the sacred seat of austere spirits, bat with breasts and wings, clasp fast the walls, and each to other clings, but swept off from their coverts, up they rise, and fly with murmurs in amazeful guise, MacGyver, about the cavern. So these...
You said MacGyver?
Yeah. MacGyver.
Why did you say that?
In amazeful guise.
Like, oh, MacGyver.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to do something like MacGyver.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it goes both ways. Just like MacGyver does. About the cavern, so these grumbling rose and flocked together. I gotta read that part again. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I'm not quite following.
Well, you're following. You just hit a roadblock, right?
Yeah. I would be into reading that again so I could follow a little easier.
Were you gonna go somewhere, or should I keep reading? You got up, so I'm
Just
just.
stand up, stretch, baby.
Did you sit on your balls?
A little bit.
mm.
Adjust them and stuff.
I don't know. If I had balls, I would bitch about them all the time. I don't know how dudes do it, but I bitch about all the things I go through all the time too. My period, my emotions. Okay. And That's just a fucking distraction. Maybe this is a different thing because it sounds different. You know? Like first the ands, it seemed to flow like one story, but now this seems different. And it's shaped differently and it rhymes differently. Cuz the other one didn't rhyme, I guess. Oh, this one said wing and sorrowings. One comparison alone. But how would they even be able to do that with the like Greek? And I don't understand shit. Sometimes I hear like we're watching some anime shit and the fucking song has like the subtitles. The Japanese will rhyme and so will the fucking English one. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I guess I should like it would kind of be like going back and reading soccer like how we're doing now, reading the Socrates stuff. But for an anime song and it kind of doesn't feel right. Maybe one day. We have nothing better to do. The sentence structure also is shorter, so it looks like a little paragraph thing compared to all these ands and these long stringed vaporous stoop. And as amid the desolate retreat of some vast cavern made the sacred seat of austere spirits, bats with breasts and wings. Like, is this? Oh, this sounds like maybe these are two different poems about Hades.
Oh.
Because it's like, oh look, this guy's living and he's like, I have a soul. Oh, but fuck it, you're dead. Like, oh, you thought I'm a soul and it doesn't matter about my body or whatever. But you're still scared when you die. And this is saying a desolate retreat. So it's like a vacation, but a bad one. It's desolate. The sacred seat in some vast cavern. It's just some creepy old place. With bats and spirits. Bats is a cavernous thing. Clasped fast to the walls, and each to each other clings. How I guess the bats live. Maybe comparing a death thing, your sacred seat, to bats clinging to a wall and together the way they do in caves.
Okay.
It would be, you know, with the cave, the other cave stuff. But swept off from their coverts, up they rise, and fly with murmurs in amazeful guise. About the cabin, so these grumbling rose and flocked together, becoming like a stream of some dark, creepy thing. Maybe after you die, Like a school of fish, but dark bats. We shall bid Homer and the other poets not be angry if we strike out these passages and all like them. Oh, couldn't just wait until the story was over, right? I gotta understand as I go. It's... But listen, it worked out because we understood on our own, right? And I was gonna say, when people, like, read books and talk about it on the internet, they go there with confidence because it helps them do that thing to put themselves out there. And so they're confident about the things that they say. Like a teacher doesn't go, let's learn this together, let's talk about this together. It's, I'm telling you what it is. It's a poor start to learning. And I think the way we're doing it is a good start to learning.
I like the way we do it.
My throat. So there's more than 2 poets, at least. We shall bid Homer and the other poets not be angry if we strike out these passages and all like them. Not that they are not poetic or that they are not enjoyed by most people, but that the more poetic they are, the less they must be heard by boys and men who are to be free, fearing slavery more than death.
Can you say that they should fear fearing slavery is a better thing than fearing death? Because slavery, you don't get to have the truth, and that's the most important.
It's quite possible.
You want regular water?
In a roundabout way. Thank you. Yes. Yes. I was distracted because he says, God damn it, we shall bid Homer and them not to be angry. They would be angry. I would imagine. All of the work, the shit that they've been remembered for till now.
Sorry, we don't need your stories anymore.
Yeah, you're a bad influence on society and children. But I see his tactic. At least. It's like, hey, Taylor Swift, do you see the negative impact that you have in people's lives and how you're not good for little girls or little boys?
Hope you're not mad.
Yeah, you shouldn't be mad. You said you like children, right? You give a shit about children. You visit them in the hospital. We shall bid Homer and them not be angry if we don't teach it to the kids. Not that they're not poetic or that they are not enjoyed, but that the more poetic they are, the less they must be heard by boys. You know, me in entertainment, how trying to get rid of all that stuff kind of, it made me feel my own feelings instead of feeling theirs. Which is what he's talking about here, because these poets are making boys feel fear instead of feeling their own emotions, because their own emotions would say, fuck your slavery.
Yeah.
But if you're given something else to fear, it's at least I'm not dead. And that's what people are doing now. At least I'm not dead. But when I do die, I'm going to be with God. As long as I do good here. Or if I'm in another religion, I don't have to do good at all. I just have to fall into water. Or that the more poetic they are, the less must they be heard by boys and men who are to be free, fearing slavery more than death. So yes, but I think that is probably a little more specific. It also talks about like where it comes from and why. That if we're not given things to fear, we will come to the conclusion that losing your freedom is the ultimate fear. Certainly. Then we must also get rid of all the fearful and terrifying titles belonging to those subjects. Wailing cocytus, the loathed Styx.
My wailing cocytus.
Infernals. He's talking about words. He's talking about getting, oh my god, I'm literally dead right now.
So dead.
I love you to death. Taking the words of death, untangling death, and separating it from human.
Oh.
What we are when we're not reacting to the stories that we're being told. Infernals, the sapless dead, and all the words of that type. Isn't it weird? Every time we have ideas, we end up reading something that speaks directly to it.
Pretty wacky.
Tells me that I'm not the original. I'm not the fucking OG of information, that's for sure. But it's also helpful in seeing it from a perspective of what changes through time. Yes, we were idiots. People think that we should praise people before it was better times. Everything was better then. But then weeding all of that entertainment, the poems, out to get to the truth, and you find Plato, Socrates, Plocrates. And all the words of that type, the very sound of which is enough to make men shiver. I love you to death.
To death.
Words are fucking spells. You say the thing and it makes them shiver. But we're so desensitized that we aren't attached to ourselves, to that freedom part. People inevitably had more freedom back then because they didn't have the constant bombardment of you don't have freedom. How many times a day did they have to fill out a fucking capture?
God, none.
That impedes on your freedom. So they definitely had more freedom than us. So they were probably closer to that thing that touches that freedom. Because death is the ultimate taking away of freedom. So when we hear I love you to death, it's like, that's great, you know? In sickness and health, till death do you part. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
And then you make those pacts. The very sound of which is enough to make men shiver. That's enough evidence to me that it's happened then, because of how truthful he is about everything else. I can hear things, I'm sure, that could contradict it, and I could evaluate them when it happens, but for the time being, and that numbness becomes even more clear. The numbness of people and the way they're doing this exact same shit now. And how much more there is of it. And watching a movie every day compared to hearing a story once in a while, it's drag stick.
Definitely drag stick.
These will probably be useful enough for other purposes. These will probably be useful for other purposes. Interesting, but I'll stay tuned. But for our guardians, we are afraid that this shivering fear will make them more emotional and softer than they ought to be. And everybody's on pills now. Everybody's panicking all the time. Panic!
What's some of this emotional stuff? I would like to. I wonder, because you got to know your pain.
Mm-hmm. And
So-
hurt is the language. And it was then too. It's a thing that's the same in everyone. But if we focus just on that, we can't see the other languages we speak together the same. Because once you open the hurt, how do I talk to you through hurt? That's all it's going to be. Unless you're not talking in hurt and you're talking in the other direction.
Okay.
Hurt is too powerful to allow for other languages. You can't say I love you and hurt someone at the same time. You can't say one word in two different languages at the same time. Hello, aloha. Aloha, like I can't. They will become emotional and softer than they ought to be. Socrates predicted the future.
Oh.
Yes, he said, your fear is justifiable. He didn't say he feared it. It said fear will make them weak. Shall we strike them out then? Yes. Imagine having this conversation with someone these days. And we must speak and write in the opposite strain. Opposite?
Gotta do the opposite. Say what?
Clearly. Then we shall also strike out the weeping and wailings of famous men. That is something. I just thought of that Gilgamesh. How they have those sad songs, like when his friend died or something. Gilgamesh's friend died. He's like, he's my best friend. I don't think he wailed for like any chick, but still, like I do believe that there are many stories of men who cry. There was one even that Homer told about, like he defiled somebody's body because that guy killed his brother or something, and he's like getting extra revenge and he's crying about it. And
Yeah.
Somebody like in Agamemnon times. It was during the Peloponnesian Wars. No, it's not the Peloponnesian. It's the Troy and all that shit. Before or after that, it was like it wasn't like the Odyssey. It was like the Iliad or something before that.
Hmm.
Or some guy who's related to like those Agamemnon, Homer, or characters, uh, in those other Odysseus, fucking, because they're indifferent. Agamemnon is, I know I'm saying that wrong. Agamemnon is a generation before Odysseus, right? They weren't in the same. That's like his dad.
Something along those lines.
So it was like the generation either before him or it was the Agamemnon one. But what he's like defiled the dead body and he's like, you killed my best friend and you dishonored me, so I'm gonna dishonor you. Fucking story. Strike out the weepings and wailings of famous men. These men must go with the others. So people talk about Socrates and like there's all these people who do philosophy, right? When this is like
I don't know anybody who does philosophy except for you.
that fucking Lisp motherfucker who's
Nobody's
like,
got a love for wisdom.
no. Could they?
They've got to want to do that first thing, make the hurt stop. There's a learning there that they've got to want, and right now nobody really wants that.
How difficult is it though? To know, to see yourself in other things. Well, like we were talking about before, that Plato said a thing that we experienced just moments before.
It took work, but
And it took me.
yeah, it definitely took you.
Me.
Wife.
We gotta get a bunch of strong men in the cult of death. In the cult of life. Or out of the cult of death. Into the cult of life. It has to, you have to dedicate yourself to it. It gets a, it'll be like a like a dating cult or something. Cause to be in the cult of life, you gotta want a partner. It's an important step in it.
Yeah.
Cause it's not just about, it's like getting off the teat of mama cult and going to a woman that you can practice this with.
No being an incel.
No. You gotta come.
But you got to be worthy of love, and that is not I am entitled to it. So many people think they're entitled to love or sex.
I don't think you ever felt entitled, but there was a lot of insecurity as well as like trying to, the insecurity in that like what the extent of man and the feeling guilty of like you have a line with me the first time we did stuff in the mouth. Like, I didn't tell you that I disliked it, but you didn't feel good doing it.
Yeah.
There's less of that crazy ego, I guess, that a lot of men could have, that makes them feel entitled to that you didn't enjoy feeling that because, I don't know, dudes be violent and their violence translates into sex and you were less violent. I really want a sip of that vinegar.
There's not much left.
No, do we have more of this one?
Nope.
This one was so good. Do we have a shitty one?
I got a different white wine vinegar. I'm hoping is similar, but I know it's not going to be.
Does this have sugar in it? Yes. So maybe it's a matter of just putting sugar in it. Hopefully we'll fix it if anything. Mm-hmm. People putting sugar in shit instead of just making it good. So get out the wailing men. Where do women fit in any? He hasn't talked about fucking women at all.
They tell stories to the children. They raise kids.
Yeah, but that's like the only thing. And again, fucking the women listening to the crime shows, having their kids probably listen to that shit. Then we must strike the weeping and the wailing of famous men. They must go. But consider whether we are justified in striking them out. We assert that the good man will not think that death is terrible for another good man who is his comrade. So it's men being sad about men's death. We do. Then he will not weep for him as for one who has suffered any terrible thing? No. We may even say this, that such a man most of all has within himself that which makes a good life possible. Far better than ordinary people can he do without others. That was a bit of a jump. That fallen comrade, but good life. So I wanted to go back. Consider whether we are justified in striking them out. We assert that the good man will not think that death is terrible for another. We assert that the good man will not think that death is terrible for another good man who is his comrade. Then we will not weep for him as for no one who has suffered any terrible thing.
Because he's a good man and hasn't suffered and he's going to a good place, there's no need to weep.
Whether we are justified in striking them out, we assert that the good man. Oh, by striking them out. By taking out the men who weep for other men.
Oh, okay.
The men who weep for their dead friends. Whether we are justified, we assert that the good man will not think that death is terrible for one good man who is his comrade. We do. Oh, so he's saying no, that's exactly what we're doing. And oh, no. Maybe not. Maybe he's just saying, yes, we're doing this. He's just agreeing.
Okay.
We may even say this. Nope, I skipped. Then he will not weep for him as for one who has suffered any terrible thing. No. Then he will not weep for him. No, he won't weep for him as for one who has suffered any terrible thing. We may even say this, that such a man most of all has within himself that which makes a good life possible. Far better than ordinary people can he do without others. True. Then for him of all people, there is least that is terrible in losing a son or a brother, or in the loss of money or any other of his possessions. Then for him of all people, there is least that is terrible in losing a son or a brother, or in the loss of money or any other possession. Yes, least for him. So he thinks, because he's like, wait, let's not strike the crying man out yet, because if we do that, we'd say that men shouldn't cry for his fallen friends. He's like, yeah, they shouldn't. It would follow some of a pattern because he's Glaucon in the other one with the cave. He did kind of just like go with things sometimes. He was like a little retard following him around, just agreeing. Remember kind of making that reference.
Yeah.
From all people, there's least that is terrible in losing a son or a brother. When any such misfortune comes upon him, he does not bewail as other men do, but bears it as patiently as may be. Certainly. So I think that guy is saying that good men don't cry. When any misfortune comes upon him, he doesn't bewail it as other men do. So there are people who the best people don't cry for. Then we may justifiably strike out the lamentations of famous heroes and give them to women. But you still have it in the society. Because then the women will tell it to the boys. Or you're just supposed to separate each other? Or are they saying you're your own thing, you gotta decide to not do it too? For yourself? Oh, it's a weird relationship.
Yeah. Relationship with men and women and how what's expected. I don't know. Socrates. Oh, Socrates didn't have a wife, right?
I don't believe so.
So maybe that's a piece that he was missing.
That's I've heard two different accounts. People saying probably not because we ain't never heard nothing, and then somebody saying, "Oh yeah, he liked to be ridden by his wife like a horse." But I don't know where that comes from. I just know the movie that it comes from. I forgot what it's called though. Psychologia Botanica, some shit.
Wife,
What?
I am really hungry. Maybe I should-
Yeah, me too. Should I just finish the sentence?
Okay.
Then we may justifiably strike out the lamentations of famous heroes and give them to women. Oh, to bad women and cowardly men. So, what makes the women bad and the men cowardly?
I thought they were talking about the death of good men.
The stories of wailing men.
Oh.
It said, then we may justifiably strike out the lamentations of famous heroes
Okay.
and give them to women, to bad women and cowardly men, that those whom we are bringing up to guard our city may be ashamed to imitate them.
Hmm.
Bad women. We shall request Homer and the other poets not to represent Achilles, the son of a goddess. Shit. Lots of stuff. So, I think it's pretty clear by the context that there is God and gods.
I would agree, wife.
I think it's pretty clear that Socrates is referring to the cult of death.
I think so as well. Don't participate in it.
And I'm pretty sure that Socrates is working his way around from having a town that doesn't having a civilization that doesn't require war and finding the contradictions in what Glaucon's brother said about the poems fearing death, the making the men weak with stories of death, but war is bravery, and bravery isn't crying for someone who hurts, and wanting stuff. The reason he went to war in his argument is that it wasn't good enough to live without war. That they would need more stuff, and to get more stuff they would need to go to war.
Yeah, you need more land, and well, you ain't got no more land, but someone else does, so
Yeah.
you're gonna take it.
That's pretty crazy. In 25 fucking hundred years, nobody has, even the people who made the translations. I feel like if I translated that shit and I saw that, I'd be like on the streets with cardboard over me, like with the end is near on my body, except, like everybody stop. Look, I guess what we're doing now is fucking stop being crazy and stupid. What are you doing? There's such an easy way to not suffer anymore. And you bitch and complain about the suffering while you cause the suffering. Oh, but what am I gonna do? You talk in circles, and look, you get angry when you're being challenged. What is all this shit? Damn fuzzy, feels like a little piece of weed fell on or something. I don't think we had any. Anyway. I guess we should stop so we can eat. some macaroni, and some beef.
I thought we were having sandwiches.
Yeah, just sandwich didn't sound as good.
Oh, okay.
All tap.
All right, love you, baby.
All of you. Stop for